anime work.
Stream elements. Artexrtic is now live. Streaming art, anime waifu gifted commission fan requests 5. Artextricity. Send stars to show your support.
They may have a mistake naming it that, but whatever. I guess that's not a big deal within itself, or whatever. I feel like it's okay.
Says you, bro. How's it going?
Hey, what's going? What's good? I might change that. Hold on.
Says hi.
Hello.
Says this is a test. Says who you drawing now.
I'll be doing some fan art.
Says this is a test.
I'm doing a fan art today. I don't know of what, but I'm gonna do this pose and I'm gonna figure it out later. Not really worried about who it is, I just want to make the pose so far. I don't wanna go home right now.
Artextric's has correctly joined the channel.
Thank you, Lori Collins, for X 108 likes. Thank you, Carl, for X 474 likes.
I want the world to see me.
Thank you, Carl, for X 564 likes.
Thank you. Okay, just let everyone know that Tree Stream is working, so if you want to drop your teacher some food, it's all there. And the truth in your life. It's working now.
Says I can listen to you from my watch. It's amazing.
I can hear you from my watch. Is it really?
Says I was literally watching the video about drawing water. Says yep.
What the hell? We live in the future. We live in the future. That's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
Says it keep telling me I'm street the F out though lol. Can't imagine why lol.
That's kind of hard to hear. Okay, that's hard to CPU. That's weird. Okay, let me see.
Says this is a test. Says asterisk stress.
It keeps telling me I'm stressed the F out though. Can't really tell because that thing is pretty much Chinese made, so you can't tell. that thing's even accurate in the slightest. But is it accurate? Do you think it's accurate?
Says how would you go about making a character elemental?
Okay, are you talking about something close to like something what Pixar's made?
Says it'll unlock my iPhone, recognize it as an actual heart monitoring device.
Or you're talking about like a elemental user? Let me see here.
Says him trying to make elemental dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs? Okay. Well, first thing, if I were to make an elemental monster or dinosaur or whatever, first thing is, how much elemental and how much dinosaur is it? How much animal and how much, That's the question here. Because if it's like, is it...
Says flip a coin for gender-ask mum for a color-ask dad for an animal zona boom randomok.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to send you the thing. I'll send you the picture. Do you want me to send it to you now or after the stream? You just now reminded me.
Says more similar to a spell than a living creature. Says either.
Okay. Then is it 80%? Then it's 80% magic, then 20% animal. So if you're making it like, let's just use something like I wouldn't say Pokemon is a perfect example of this, but I guess well, like.
Also, do you know your Overwatch user? Because I may add you on my other Overwatch account.
Wait, hold on. Also, do you know your Overwatch user? Because there you go. Anyway, so if I'm gonna make the monster.
Says what are you drawing?
I'm doing a fan art.
Says I hate rendering hair.
Yes, hair is kind of complex, but what you need to do is I would make the monster or the dinosaur like, okay, so let's just say it's like a nature type thing. I would put a bunch of like mystical like flowers and stuff around it, like moss and everything. But it's not really much of magic have to do with when it comes to nature characters, because if it's nature like monsters, you just need like plants and moss and all that stuff on them. When it comes to more fire elemental like um, monsters or dinosaurs, you have to make them more like lava based, or have flames come out of them, or flames inside them, or showing some indication, or maybe based on the magic system, it goes based on color. So like, say for instance, the lava is like red or orange, whatever, and the cracks between their shell and stuff indicates those that manifesting mana that's there. Same thing with water uh, elemental type monsters or creatures. I would make them more water based. So how I would do this is make them more ice based. Well, not ice based, because that's more of a secondary water thing. But like if I would make them more water based, it would have like it would be blue, because like examples like Pokemon is perfect example, like genuine.
I think it needs a number tag as well.
I don't know the top of my head. I gotta send that to you later. I got sent it to you later. I can't do that now. Why am I going out this? Oh, so
Says I want to draw like that, but I can't draw just like you. I hate my art style.
it's about perspective. It's not really the style, man. It's like understanding perspective and we call it perspective and foreshortening. But anyone can draw like this. It's just like you need to just fun practice. So like Pokemon's a perfect example of this, using different color, using color to actually indicate.
Says good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Hey, Bri.
Flowers 2000 underscore. Mine is L1 with hashtag 1234.
Alright. Alright. But like, perfect example, like I said, Pokemon does this.
Says style
well.
comes with practice and experimentation.
And you need to indicate to the audience that like things like Avatar or like The Last Airbender or like what's that one show? One movie that copied Avatar. What do you call it? The Last Dragon, the Pixar movie. I think it was a Pixar movie or a Disney movie. Either one of the two. They indicated by using colors to indicate which element are we talking about. Now,
Says, can you do Spider-Man?
yes, I can. But that's a commission. If you're asking me to do that, that's a commission. If you want me to do that, for you to get a commission on my live in real time, you have to go to the link tree. It'll say it right at the top.
Says I need a lot more practice if I would make something in this style.
I don't know why you guys focus so much on style. That's not important. That is not an importance to be worried about. It's technical skills you have to worry about. I gotta make a video on this, because I think this is more of an epidemic of people focusing on that than anything. Okay. Actually, let's make...
Says I meant the body type. I am sorry if I said it wrong.
Oh, okay, I see. Hold on. There we go. But yeah,
Says that Jade and Coddle style is more of a flavor than structure.
Yes, it's all about the understanding of your the education that you have absorbed over time of experience. That's what your style's going to be. But a lot of people look at style like something you just pick off from the grocery store or some shit. I mean, it's weird. It's a bit infuriating because like when as a teacher I try to tell them not to worry about that, but they worry about that way too much.
Says how many years do you practice perspective?
How many years? I've been practicing all my life. But now with a better understanding of how to use foreshortening and other methods, it makes it much more easier. Instead of just mindlessly drawing. You shouldn't mindlessly draw, you should have a strategy when drawing. Because if you mindlessly just draw, you're gonna
Says so cool.
You're gonna pick up something, but you're not going to pick up as well as you think you're gonna pick it up. So have something in mind to draw so you can...
Says I understand it now, sorry, but I meant it in both ways. In general, if I were to draw this, I practice.
I understand that now, sorry, but I meant it in both ways. In general, if you were to draw this in this... Oh. Okay, wait. So wait. Let me read that again. It says, I understand it now, sorry, but I meant it in both ways. In general, if I were to draw this in practice?
Says practice.
Okay. Both ways. Wait, what do you mean by both ways? You mean just in general? I want to understand what you mean by that.
Says for style and body type.
Oh.
Says who read the comments.
Okay, so perfect example of this is that I don't think. Oh shit, the breast. I think the best example is to keep in mind that style comes within understanding of experience. Okay, so to get the so-called style that you want, you need to have understanding of structure, meaning your shapes, your forms, gesture, foreshortening, balance, perspective. Per, composition and proportions, and then color theory right after that. No, I'm not feeling it. I hate it when I don't feel it, because once I feel it, I don't want to do it. Let me see.
Says after I put lighting down, I've got to render it.
I'll make it simple this time. I'll make it simple. I'm not even going to try to do too much on it. So all I'll do is...
Roses are roses, baby.
Thank you for the roses. I appreciate it. Okay. That's the robot doing that. Let's see, what is this? Thank you.
Says I can't draw whole body.
Then you need to focus your shapes then.
Says what app are you using?
I'm using Clip Studio Paint. If you're thinking of getting it or you want to try it out, link in the description, you can try the 30-day trial. And yes, it does help me out whenever you click it and use it. Or decide to actually use it.
Says hi honey bunny teach. Says at XXTG _ Money's Clip Studio Paint.
Hey Rose, what's going on, hon?
Says cool, so when I lower my hand in the regular position, it depends you're speaking one of two. Says womp womp. Says at Jenny High Rose.
Hello.
Says at Mora Lathers Meep. Says style is like comparing Studio Ghibli to Avatar, they both have the same shapes just drawn. Says I am good, I'm getting ready for bed. Says differently. Says at Britriclose HII Brian.
I think the perfect example
says it's like it has proximity for my head when I lower my hand, but when I come close to my head, I hear.
To answer back what you
says at Britriclose Meep.
To answer back
says Barb.
You're saying, Tim, the best way to make elemental characters is to... You have to indicate to the audience what element you are, or what the element that the monster is, or the dinosaur, whatever, the character. So color coding is a perfect example of this. If you have another way of trying to indicate to the audience, that would be interesting, but make it sure it's clear cut to them. You shouldn't make it too complicated to the point that they don't understand. The trick of character design is to give as much information as possible to the audience without them trying. That's what makes it difficult. That's what makes it extremely difficult. Make it interesting but yet simple at the same exact time. So they understand. Complexity is great, but simplicity is perfection. If you can somehow make something complex out of a simple understanding, you're doing a great job, because a lot of people do not have the time. Like, think of it in this way. Think of like the audience as like your employer, right? And you're trying to get a job, right? You don't want to make it difficult for your employer to understand what the hell you do or what you want to do, or find where your portfolio is or your CV or your resume is, right? So what the best thing you should do is make it as simple as possible for your audience to understand, to get the gist of who you are in a second like that. If they can't do it, if they can't figure it out, you are somehow messing up on your behalf. So you need to go back to the drawing board and fix what is the issue. Like, ever heard the saying, less is more? That's what that is. Less is more. The trick of less and more is the 80-20 rule. 80% of something that they can relate to and or indicate, and then the 20% is something that is different from what it is. But don't let it be the overall understanding. This is what I've learned something from Rhino Tuna. He said, when using colors, he used the 80-20 rule, I believe. He used 80% of one color, and then 10% of a second color as a secondary. And then the third and final one is the accents, which is the smaller details that brings in more attention to the characters, items, and or overall personality.
Says real.
So that's the point of being a character designer, is trying to indicate to the audience what you're looking at and what it is, and if they get it within seconds. If they can't get it within seconds, you're not doing a good job of creating characters. A lot of webtoon, I won't say webtoon artists, but a lot of beginner artists think if they make their characters so complex from the jump, that makes them so interesting. No, it's not. It's fucking annoying. Stop making your characters neo-divergent, who's also
Says, oh my god, I love Webtoon.
Like, stop making your character neo-divergent to the point that they have missing limbs and they have a bunch of tattoos on their face, and their mom is some type of half demon from another dimension, from an isekai world that is made from dogs, and then your father is some type of complex demon lord who's actually 5 foot tall. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is insane. Like, stop this. This is madness. Make it simple. If you make it simple, that you see what I'm saying? Like, you see how insane that sounds? Like, make it easy for the, like, it's like doing homework. You don't want to do homework when you're, like, watching an anime. Like, what the hell? Leave that to power scalers. They like doing that shit. But don't like, if you're just a basic person who's just trying to watch TV and it's too complex, people are gonna change off it and don't want to watch it. It's just too much work. You don't want that. Now, if you want your characters to be complex, do it over time, but don't do it on the first episode. That's madness. And I think the Japanese got it down on this, because when you think of it in this sense, when they
says limbs and tattoos. Lucky I never came across that.
Like perfect examples, like the Japanese does this perfectly, and this is why shonen is great and also very scary, because shonen stories tend to focus on what is the overall premise of this show. Because if the premise is not there, or it's not as fast to capture it, we axe that thing so fast. Like, there's a lot of great shonen shows that you don't know about or never hear about because they got axed because they took too long to get to the point. And that's usually on the first few chapters. If the first few chapters is not
says and recognizable.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why I don't know if it was Hunter's Guild as a perfect example I should make out of this, but Hunter's Guild is stylized very well, but I think it took too long to get to the point. And because the world building took too long within the first few chapters, it got axed. And it looks awesome, and I wanted to read it myself. That's how interesting, I still talk about it to this day. But it's a perfect example of when you put too much, when you're trying to build too much in a small bit of time. So what you're supposed to do is make it as simple as possible for your characters to be as recognizable as possible. I think Hero Academia is a perfect masterclass of this, because on the first episode, you already know who's who in the first episode. Like Deku, he has a round face, he has round eyes, and his hair's a little bit messy, but it's not messy to the point that it's super spiky, right? So you already know he has a soft demeanor and soft personality. Then you have the contrasting character who's called Bakugo. Spiky hair, extremely aggressive, uh, clothes unkept. His face is always angry, sharp edges. You know what I'm saying? And then the same episode with All Might. In the same episode, masculine, big, square, and sharp in specific areas, but all square in all areas. That lets you know who's who and who's the main character, who's a side character, and who's the teacher, the protagonist teacher in this story. So,
Says Squish.
So the perfect example is My Hero Academia. If you want to look at anime, you can do a whole masterclass on this. Or if not My Hero Academia, if you want to do video games, look at something like Overwatch. If we're talking about just visual appeal, I'm not talking about complexity of character and orientations. I'm talking about visual appeal as in what you see. Like Reinhardt is a perfect example of this. He's just like All Might, square in most areas and sharp in just small details, right? May, she's soft in she's round in all places. There's not a single sharp part about her, not one. Reaper, completely sharp and yo, let's go. Hey, what's up, bro? Like perfect example. Reaper, he's sharp in all areas, indicating danger, indicating aggressiveness, indicating a sense of
Says
villainy.
hi.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what that is. So once you start looking at these shape languages or these shape indications, this makes it easier to create characters without just kind of shooting into the dark. So as a character designer or someone who's building on a character, write down, and I think I learned this from Rhino Tuna.
Says it Chloe Collins hi.
What he will do is write down words that are relating to each other. So like if I say rain, you say water. Water, you put cloud. Cloud, you put white cloud, black cloud. If you put sky, you know what I'm saying? These things relate to each other because they're close to each other in proximity in some form, right? So what would you do is then make a character based on those words. So the character doesn't have to be a cloud character. It doesn't have to be. But the cloud is the main source. So what you're supposed to do is make a character around the cloud or as the cloud. So the point is to keep the
Says
concept.
Happy New Year, guys. How are y'all?
Happy New Year's, Luca. What's going on?
Says Wispy, cloud, chunky cloud, fluffy clouds, storm clouds, mysterious clouds, ominous clouds.
Exactly. So these words will let you know how far you can go with the indication of a cloud, right? The next thing you should do is like, okay, what are opposite things of a cloud? And then what's the
Says
opposite
a
of
Luca
cloud?
Glizikoi 3.
And then you make a character of that opposition in that sense. That's your Bakugo. So your main character is the cloud. Everything about cloud is your main character, right? Whether it's external or internal. Then you need
Says like in haiku.
Yes, so you see the opposite of that. You take the opposite of a cloud and make a character around that opposite. That is your contrasting character. That is your rival. That is either your villain, your rival, or whatever you want to make it into. So that's the point, right? So like
Says
that's
hi Mora, how are you? What's up?
It's very easy to do this if you see the pattern. There are patterns to this. There's no shooting into the dark type nonsense where you just kind of wing it. There's a formula to all of this. This is why the Japanese do so well, because they know their audience. They understand the formula, right? They understand. This is why Japanese anime is very diverse, because they don't force diversity. They have sections
Roses
of
are
diversity
roses,
for
baby.
each character, for each orientation, for each type of person. So you have your Yuri stuff. You have your shonen stuff. You have your
Says that Luka Glizik him well just doing life and keeping afloat.
you have your psychological horrors. You have your like all these different things, right? So they're on their own specific place. They don't push.
Says Studio Ghibli.
This is exactly why Disney and America, the Westerners, don't get.
Says, did you notice that characters in anime don't look Japanese?
Let me see. Did you notice that the characters in anime don't look? No, they don't. No, that's the whole indication.
Says, nah, they cats.
They can, but they choose not to because.
Says, I agree with what you're saying.
Because like what's happening is that this is where Marvel and DC just doesn't get it, and this is where Westerners keep screwing this up. The problem is that instead of making each section for each type of audience, they'll just put everything for one. They'll take something popular.
Says that Tim Rose, this guy knows.
That is very popular, and then put a lot of things that has nothing to do with that, and then expect.
Says I like watching you. It's very Esma-like. When the guy in the background ruins the soothingness. Says look at what's happening to Disney, DC and Marvel, even Netflix, bro.
Yep. This is where the Westerners just don't get it. They think, oh, I'll take Captain America and make him this type of character because he's popular. Not that that popularity has a reason behind it. No, it's just because he has brand recognition and that's it. Nothing more than that. He's just a brand. That's it. So what we're going to do is push a bunch of things that he wouldn't be or say or do as a character and then expect my audience to, oh no, be happy with it. And then when they get a giant backlash, they're like, what's happening? Why they're not willing to watch our movies? What's happening?
Says I want to be in the ER.
You know what I'm saying? That's wild, man. That's the weirdest thing I have never, like, that's weird. It's like if I went to Burger King, want to go buy a Whopper, and they give me a whole taco wrap, and then expect me to be, and then when I say what's my order, they're mad at me. I'm the problem. Do you see what the issue is? That's crazy to me. That's what it's a bait and switch problem. Actually, it's just a straight scam, to be honest with you. But it's like it's a bait and switch problem that the Westerners have. The reason why shows like Into the Spider-Verse or Into the Spider-Verse or Across the Spider-Verse works so well is because it stays to the core idea of what you're watching this for, right? This is why Super Mario made $1 billion in this first month or first week because it stayed to the core audience of what it is. It didn't tell you a bunch of nonsense that had nothing to do with Mario or a lot of stupidness that has nothing to do with Mario. It stayed true to the character and that's it. It's not that hard. But because Westerners are just that hard-headed, they can't figure this out.
Says fight me.
It just makes no sense. This is why anime is king.
Says nah, I'ma do my own thing.
So this is why, as a perfect example, no, I'll do my own thing. This is why, for example, I would use Deku and Bakugo as a perfect example to each other.
Says I said fight me.
Lesson. Remember I taught you guys. Soft, round is usually indicated for friendly, usually harmless, or somewhat into a space of harmony. Or self-harmony, or whether externally or internally. When we have sharp, jagged, we think aggressive, we think danger, we think extremely extreme, or something like that. So the perfect example between these two is that one is soft, one is
Says
aggressive.
I would like to be in the ER, it is so peaceful.
So that's what it pretty much is. That's pretty much what all that is. So for a good character design, whether you're making a monster or you're making a person, make it easy for your audience to look at your drawing and be like, okay.
Says Teach, fight me. Says Artexrtic, our battle will be legendary.
Yeah, the battle will be legendary.
Says Artexrtic, hi Aaron.
Hi, Ari.
Says, can I show you a drawing I did for my friend?
Sure, you can. You can. So if anyone's having a hard time understanding how to draw, I mean...
Says at Luka Glizic, it shall be the mighty wolf versus the Dekutichi.
But like also
says at Britriclos O'Brien.
It's not only just a visual
says
aspect.
at Luka Glizic, welcome back, Luka, and Happy New Year.
It's not a visual aspect just only on just the physicality of the sharpness.
Says characters designs isn't good anymore too. Look at Wish, we could have a star boy.
The star boy. We can also have the idea of color theory. Color theory comes in.
Says at Britriclos, Happy New Year, man, what's up? Says that looks like a tricky pose.
Yeah, it's not that tricky, to be honest. It's not that tricky. But,
says send it.
You sent it? Okay, I'll look in a second. Hold on.
Says kind of.
So, like, what also is very important that a lot of people ignore when it comes to character design is color theory. They kind of see color theory as a secondary thing that's not that important. It is one of the most important things because what a lot of beginners don't know, they just think of the basics of what color theory is when it comes to personalities of characters. So like if I use the word red, if I use the color red, 90% of you are just going to think, oh, aggressive and very radical or something like that, right? If I use blue, it's usually calm and stuff like that, right? But there's secondary...
Says Teach, I'm on my green girl match obsession again. I'm a green girl, what's that tell ya?
You're a green girl. You're a green girl. She's a gang green girl. Okay, so the point is like, so like, if you take up the color green, green is usually meant for healing, meant for nature and stuff like that. But there's negative connotations to colors that a lot of people don't think about. There's a whole lesson on YouTube.
Says rep, right?
I read it down, but I forget.
Says or poison.
No, actually, green is meant for.
Says negative. What to colors?
Let me see. Like I think purple. I think perfect example is purple. Purple is for royalty. It means mysteriousness. It means otherworldly, and then it means poison. It can mean omen. It can mean something else. It has other.
Says purple can also mean sadness.
Or like it's a form.
Says
of
I like black. Says snooty smart.
There's a bunch of negative and positive connotations. I think what happens is that we get stuck on the most basic thing that makes it.
Says no in that way.
But if you look in that sense, it makes it much easier to make more diverse characters. So, like for instance, My Hero Academia, again, the color theories that they use on each character.
Says what about light blue?
Blues usually indicate for calmness, sadness. Hold on. Hold on. Really? Hold on. Are you real? Come on, phone. Don't do this. Damn.
Says what black means.
Hold on.
Says funny you talk about this. You missed the escape room I was doing last night. Says Artexrtic, hoy.
It will not allow me to go and look at my notes. I can't go in my notes right now. So annoying. I can't go to my notes. What the hell?
Says one of the puzzles was to match the painting according to the correct mood color representation.
Oh my god. Hold on. Stop the stream.
Says it more or Lathersheimer.
Wow, what the hell? Something's wrong with my phone. Damn, stupid phone. Hold on, Phoenix. Give me 1 second. I have to turn off my phone. Thing froze off the wazoo on me.
Says looks like a hell of fun. Says Artexrtic.
Thing froze on me. Piece of shit. Okay, guess I should just.
Says is the live just paused for me. Says nope. Says it more or Lathers I give the more huggies of infinite loves.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that. Fucking thing froze on me. I could not move. I could not move for the death of me. Okay, there we go. There we go. So, yeah,
Says watch the F-bomb, there are youngsters in here you know.
nope, it's on
Says,
18
but
plus.
did you hear my MSG about the escape room?
It's on, yeah, I didn't hear that part. I'm on, it's on 18 plus on my, lives. I don't go raw anymore on this fucking thing anymore because it pisses me off.
Says, oh my bad, I didn't see that. My bad.
It's fine. Okay, so I'm sorry about that. I had to go get something because I couldn't do it off the top of my head. But so when it comes to the idea, what the fuck? Okay, when it comes to the idea of color theory, purple is royalty, luxury, spirituality, ambition, mystery, and sophistication.
Says I was saying funny how you talking about this BC. The escape room I did last night had a puzzle.
Oh. Okay. Maybe the puzzle with the colors and stuff, I see. Ain't that something? Aw. Aw. I always keep missing your messages whenever you call me, so. Let me see if you have any.
Says you had to match the painting according to the correct color theory of motion.
Oh shit. You always go into these crazy worlds, I swear. But yeah, the idea of purple is luxury, royalty, spirit. Hey guys, if you guys want to do something nice for your teacher, you want to feed me, you can click on the link in the in the link in the description, and you go to the treat stream. Oh, I was meaning about that. Eric,
Says
have you
yeah, I
used
was
the
in a
thing yet?
puzzle mood, lol.
Have you used the treat stream thing yet? Where if you're streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and all that stuff, you can have your viewers buy you food.
Says nope, I haven't streamed yet.
Oh, okay. Just give it a try. It lets you, like, so how it works is that your audience can buy you food. I'm gonna use so much of it. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, I think it's something you should try out because it'll be really cool. So you can put whatever you want to eat that's in your area, like from fast food or whatever, or in your local places, and then your audience will, depending on who chooses to buy food for you, you don't have to worry about them seeing your location because it doesn't show your location at all.
Says yes, I need it. I told Kano to since he streams to haha.
Yeah, that'd be perfect for him. He'll like it. It's awesome. It's so awesome. Anyway, so like, okay, but the idea of purple, let's use purple example. Purple is royalty, luxury, spirituality, ambition, mystery, and sophistication. Now, bright purple is thoughtful, creative, imaginative, artistic, unconventional, and otherworldly. And then dark purple, this is why a lot of people don't know about character design. These things do matter. There's basic purple, there's bright purple, and there's dark purple. Dark purple represents melancholy, sadness, brooding, tragic, suspense, mystery, and secretive. These are things I written down to remind myself how to do character design when it comes to color theory. So like the idea of black.
Says, do you know how to draw realistic faces? Says, what it gotta say about sage green or match a green HMM?
Yes, I can draw realistic faces. Let me see. So for green is nature, healing, freshness, quality, and growth. Growth and balance. Now bright green is just fertility and freshness.
Says still uncertain about my insert green color.
Dark green is envy.
Says hi.
And manipulative. Oh my god. Manipulative and unwell. Let me see. What blue is trust. What basic blue is just trust, peace, loyalty, competence, and dependable and serenity. Bright blue is clarity, purity, rational, and analytical. Dark blue is sadness, depression, coldness, melancholy.
Says manipulative, is that the word?
Manipulative. Yeah, that. No, it says manipulative here. I wrote down. I think it's melodic.
Says just did a CapCut video cause I hate rendering hair.
Loof, mystery, complex, dynamic, authority, and professionalism. Yeah. So what the hell? How did that happen? Okay, so that's how it works in that sense. So like so when you look at your favorite character, like let's use Deku for instance. Deku is green, so his color is more of a dark green. And it's funny because, well, it jumps between I wouldn't say it's dark green, but I would say it's just green, but it's dark green. So I wouldn't say he's manipulative, but he is envious though. I would say that. That makes sense. Yeah, like Deku's hair is dark green. His overall color is dark green. His overall color is green, but I think it's like a darkish green. As time goes by, and I think it would be envy because given that he wants to be a hero, given that he never had powers before, and given that he wants to do better than even Bakugo, and live up to his because remember, envy doesn't have to be seen as actually bad. It's just seen as a trait that is as a form of motivation. It doesn't have to be considered evil.
Says Welp, I'm green. Kano's color of choice is purple.
Well,
You said yours was blue, lol.
Yes, mine was blue. So for me, I would be either between all three of these colors because it's trust, peace, loyalty, competence, dependable, and severity. I guess I'm trustworthy. I like a sense of peace. I'm pretty loyal, and I'm trying to be as competent.
Says black for me.
But I'm very rational and analytical. I try to keep a sense of professionalism, and I am.
Says all blue, or do you have a specific shade you favor more?
I'll say mostly. I think either between dark or bright blue. For black, it's formalities, dramatic, sophistication, security, power, strong, mysterious, alluring, negative, evil, non-conforming.
Says, could you give me advice on shadow placement, please?
Shadow placement is based on behavior.
Says, what about gray?
I don't think I have gray, to be honest. Let me see. Did I write that down? I think. Dark yellow. Nope, I don't have gray. I have every other color, but not gray. Strange. Huh. That was always weird.
Says, yay, very fitting for you. I like blue, but those are my two favorite colors.
What's your question? What was your question?
Says, what about orange?
The idea of orange, when character designing is... The only section here says confidence, success, bravery, and sociability. Who's a very... Oh, that's Naruto. Oh, it makes total sense why he's Orange Ninja. And Goku. They're both
says, well, according to color theory, white, gray, and black are not considered colors, but the absence of it.
Because, like, confidence and success is both for Naruto and bravery. And he is pretty sociable, even though it's very rash as a kid. But now he's a lot more sociable as a yeah. And then same thing with Goku in his own way. So that makes sense. This is why most protagonists has some form of orange in their shit. Ichigo's got, I think, like orange. No, is it orange? Like orangey colored hair. Naruto has orange jumpsuit. Goku has an orange gi. Who else has orange in their shit? I was wondering what would the lesson be like if I were to get a Patreon. If you would get a Patreon, what will happen is if you were to ask me anything, I will answer your questions. So like one, if you're a Patreon member, if you're having a problem, or it doesn't matter, Patreon or TikTok, either one. If you're a TikTok subscriber or a Patreon member, if you have a question or you need your character designing to be fixed, or you need me to look at something, or you want in my opinion, you want my whole self-help on that, I will help you on that, but I will guide you in a way that it makes sense. But if you want lessons, like one-on-one lessons, that's perfectly fine. What will happen is you get a major discount if you are a Patreon member or a well, this is only for Patreon members because it's easier to track on that compared to TikTok. But if you're a Patreon member and you get a lesson, if you want a lesson, like a one-on-one lesson, it is a lot cheaper. It'll be like, what, $10 an hour? I think, like, no, $5 to $10 an hour, depending on what tier. So if you're on tier 1, it's $10 an hour. If you're on tier 2, it's $5 an hour. If you're a regular person who's not on Patreon, you're paying $25 an hour, I think, $25 to $30 an hour. So like it's significantly low for people who are because the reason why I wouldn't just like teach lessons just for Patreon members, because what will happen is it takes away time from me making content for the other platforms that I work for. So like this is why this is important.
Says, hello, good sir.
Hello. Hello, SPM.
Says emotional wise gray means gloom, misery, and distressed.
Yeah. That's the negative connotations. You need to find the positive ones because there's positive and negative. A lot of people just focus on the one thing that they can. So, but like if you don't want one-on-one lessons, you don't have to pay that. But if you're a person who's just needs some help, you just need some answers to be questioned or something like that, then
Says then what does the color black mean?
I would go with either the Patreon 3 or 5. 5 is usually for the NSFW, which I'll be posting very soon. I'll be posting back NSFW. I'm just working on my skin coloring. Once I get that down, then I'll be back on NSFW doing for stuff like that for my patrons, because I know a lot of you have been asking, hey, where's the anime girls? I want to see the NSFW
Says,
stuff.
but also known to symbolize intellect and elegant.
There you go.
Says it Ari creates 9-5. It's not a color.
So like, there you go. So like within that sense, then what does the color black mean? Whether it's a color or not, it's used as a form of representation for your character. So it may not be a color, but it's a color nonetheless. It's like 0. It's
says what about magenta?
So like white and black are like the number 0. It's neither. It's not. It's a number, but it's nothing.
Says it's like gloomy.
So like that's so even if it's not a color, it's still a number. What was it? One will be next to what's that? Well, I don't know what that is. So yeah, if you have a character design, if you have a webcomic, something like that, if you need help, I'll give you the help and answer your questions. But if you want like one-on-one lessons, like from like literal lessons, that's a whole different story. All right, I'm not drawing. I'm sorry.
Says black symbolizes wealth, elegance, resistance, and power.
Exactly. Correct.
Says what is your opinion on brownish tan color?
When it comes to a brownish tan color, it says here.
Says also evil magic gloom morning.
Brown is dependable. It's rugged and trustworthy and simple. I didn't get bright brown or dark brown, but I just regular brown because I guess
says no, I meant for black.
Color. So like that's usually what it comes for. But when it comes to like colors like yellow is creativity, happiness, warmth, and cheer. Bright yellow is energy, enthusiasm, animated, friendly, positive, virginity, and vulnerability. Dark yellow is cowardice, caution.
Says all that makes sense. I don't mind doing peach color, but I like playing with colors.
Yes, but you have to make sense when you're giving colors to your characters. How do they represent those personalities? This is how the Japanese kind of know how to make their characters based on that very thing. Okay, now let me see. So all this stuff does important, like, so when you're making a character, you have to keep that in mind. So to answer everyone's question based on well, not everyone's question, it was technically Tim's question about the whole, how do you make an elemental character or an elemental monster or dinosaur?
Says check for delivery.
You have to keep in mind of how to indicate to the audience what element is what animal. So
says what about the color red? Like the bright red color.
let me see. Okay, so regular red, would be excitement, strength, love, energy, passion, and boldness. Dark red is danger, anger, evil, menacing, villainous, and intimidating.
Says that Ari creates 9-5 like anger. It would make sense.
So
Says Nuggies. Says what about pink?
For pink, it would be... Oh shit, I gotta look at your drawing, I just realized. For pink, it'll be compassion, serenity, sophistication, sweet, femininity, and romance. This is regular pink. Bright pink is playful, innocent, youthful, and naive. For dark pink is serenity, sensuality, passion, danger, seductive, alluring, femme fatale, rebellion, and non-conforming.
Says that SPM depends on the color. I do like a reddish orange with dark red highlights.
Now the question is how much red and how much orange is in what. The one with the most color will depend what the personality trait will be. Like think of like the perfect example of this is like think of like Goku and Vegeta when they're fusing. Which fusion are we
Says
doing?
Hada
Because
true. That makes sense.
The fusion will indicate what the personality type will most likely be. So like for Vegeta it's more Vegeta. For Gogeta it's more more Goku if anything. Vegeta's more aggressive, more I want to show that I'm stronger than you. Gogeta's more like, it is what it is. Very lax. Well, they're both lax, but one's lax in aggressive strength, knowing that he's stronger than you. The one's lax in, I know I'm stronger than you, but I want to at least give it a try, because I might get surprised. So that's Goku's. That's Goku. So Gogeta is pretty much Goku. Vegeta's Vegeta from that sense. Personality. I believe the personality tape overtakes.
Says Vegeto is more confident.
Yeah, more confident, more Vegeta. The other one is more optimistic. There we go. Let's put it that way. One's more optimistic, one's more confident. Not saying both of them don't lack confidence. It's just that one trait overrides the other. So like that tells you. So when you're mixing colors like red and orange, how much red is in it and how much orange is left. This is why the 80-20 rule is very important. 80% of what's the most strongest out of the two. The one that is the most strongest will be the most personality driven. So that's how you can make a decision if you're mixing colors together. Let me see. What was I looking up? I was looking up something. Shit. It was Instagram. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Soul sent me no show. Okay.
Says Nuggets.
Wasn't notified about this message because they were in a quiet mode. Turn on quiet mode. I don't know.
Says that.
I'm assuming that the one that is in the white is what you drew. I'm pretty sure that's what that is, right?
Says the white is mine. Says Barb. Says I think I did pretty good on it. Says is that Clip Studio. Says do you ever just draw but don't think about it? Says hi, Wid. Says thank you for the art. Says have you checked for delivery? Says that. Says nuggies. Says awesome. Says, can you put on popular, please? Says, play enemy. Says, oh, the misery. Says, I'll have to go soon as I have to get up soon. Says, Pomni. Says, I listened to that song over and over when I was drawing the drawing I sent. Says, amazing drawing. Says, did you watch Arcane? Says yes. Says yes. Says Newt becomes Luna's great-grandfather-in-law. Says he wrote one of the textbooks. Says Aunt Nagging is in a later movie. Says, how did you get this good at art? Says also what happened between Grindelwald and Dumbledore affected how. Says practice makes perfect. Says thank you. Says Dumbledore related to Tom Riddle. Says Ray acted. Says not related. Says I was told you should learn before stylizing. I do both. Is that bad? Says what pen and app do you use? Says okay. Says your style finds you. Says thanks. Says can you explain stylization? Says, do you know when next stream? Says they're asking when's your next live. Says FR. Says, could you play Gotcha Giga cover by Raichi, please? Says it's Pokemon. Says, what are you talking about? Says, how? Says, too. Says it won't say it. Says, please, if you can transfer over the Twitch if you're looking to say specific something. Says MSG them on YT or Twitch and what you're trying to say. Says I can close TikTok while still watching live. Says sometimes he'll have TikTok in the background for my audio and go to Twitch for texting. Says, by the way, I'm on an iPhone, so I have that floating bubble or picture-in-picture feature. Says this song sounds so early 2000s boy band. Says I can't hear anything.
Alex JJ 49.
Says on Twitch.
No, I put on myself on mute because of the copyright music. But like, if someone says something on Twitch, I don't know because I'll respond to them. A lot of people because like the copyright music and TikTok gets mad at me. I mean, not TikTok. Twitch gets mad at me. Twitch and YouTube gets mad at me.
AlexJJ49. Can I call? AlexJJ49. You.
Can I call you?
Says what's the answer to the question?
What do you mean by call?
Says I couldn't hear anything.
AlexJJ49. Discord.
Like now?
Thank YOU Lemeria for X571 likes.
AlexJJ49. No later.
Okay, but what for exactly?
Thank YOU Puddinceris for X105 likes.
AlexJJ49.
Says can you turn up the music volume?
Thank you,
Not
Shay,
addiction.
for sending 2x
How
TikTok.
to sub.
Oh, you have the sub on either Patreon or on TikTok. I would expect more people to
Says Imagine Dragons good taste. Says hi.
I would
Okay, I hear now.
I would
Thank YOU Puddinceris for X195 likes.
I would if you're not sure about the whole subbing thing on Patreon because that's $3 to $5. You can sub on TikTok, which is $2. So if you're not sure,
I'm already subbed on TikTok.
oh, are you? Are you really? Holy shit! I am so sorry. I forgot. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm so sorry. Let me back that up. I am
Says
so sorry,
interesting
Chloe.
pose.
I am so sorry, Chloe. I forgot. You're the one who asked that question. I didn't even look at the screen. That is my fault.
It's okay.
That's my fault. What was the song that you wanted, hon? I'm sorry.
Support hero today.
Oh shit! I didn't see that. I am so sorry.
/Cash App.
Thank YOU
Hey,
Lemeria
Rowan.
for X846
Interesting
likes.
pose. Yeah, interesting. Let's see.
Says who are you drawing?
Right now we're gonna draw Pomni. Guys,
Not
try
addiction.
if I do this.
Chica Gashi Reiki cover.
Let's see.
Thank YOU Lemeria for X.
Says it's Zai. Hi Zai.
Thank YOU Lemeria for X1036 likes.
Says at Brightriclos hi Brightiaclos who.
Unpin a comment. Okay, pin the comment. Okay, hey Bri. Okay, interesting post. Hello. Thank you, Zay, for the little what do you call it? TikTok. I don't know what you call them. TikTok, whatever. What do you call them? I don't know what they're called. Thank you.
Thank YOU Lemeria for X1142 likes.
Okay. Step one.
Says how do you ping your TikTok videos? Says good night.
I can't today. I have to work.
Lemeria for X1222 likes.
I have to work.
AlexJJ49. Oh, okay.
Actually, they never really told me why do you want to call me in Discord. Is there a reason? Is there a particular reason? I need a reason.
AlexJJ49. No.
Alright, if there's no reason, then I don't think there's any reason for you to call me. Like, if it's not, like, art related or anything, I don't think it's all that, you know.
Says the host and mods can pin comments.
Yeah, the host and mods can do that.
AlexJJ49. Yes.
Hey, Alice. Oh, you're going.
AlexJJ49.
Okay, good night,
Art.
Alice. Thank you. Okay, yeah, only mods and yeah, can pin thing. What was the song?
Says
that you
good night,
wanted,
everyone.
Chloe?
Says
Good night,
it's
Alex.
I. Good, thanks for asking.
I did not know you was subbed on thing. I just now noticed it. I was like, what the?
AlexJJ49. I will die art.
Says it brighter close.
AlexJJ49.
Says Giga got your Rachy cover.
Let me see. Giga got you, Ragey covered. That's what it's called. Okay. Yours. Grant him one last choice. I know one day we should do reactions. Instead of doing artwork, we should do reactions. Just see where that goes. That'd be fun. Giga got you covered. Ratchet cover. You want English or is it Japanese? Is it a Japanese song?
AlexJJ49. Can you tech me art after streaming, please?
What? Let me see. You have to be a subscriber. I only teach people who are subscribers. Okay, great job. You have on live for 90 minutes. Don't forget to take a break. No, I'm not doing that. Let me see.
AlexJJ49. Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, be either a Patreon subscriber or you have to be a TikTok subscriber. Either one.
AlexJJ49.
Says Rachy did an English cover.
Okay. Wait. I mean you are. You're a sub? Where? Where did you sub at?
AlexJJ49. I am a TikTok.
Let me see.
AlexJJ49. TikTok.
What is your name on TikTok on the sub, Alex?
AlexJJ49. Oh, sub, I did not wait, I will.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that.
KJ49. I will sub in a moment.
Okay. Okay. There we go. Oh, interesting song. Interesting.
Hey guys, I'm Pat, an accredited trainer with Testmark. The first thing you need to do is keep your dog in strong, reliable stick.
Says Jiga is the artist that made the song in Japanese.
I'm pretty sure Mika's birthday was yesterday or today.
Was it? Was it really? Was it really?
Says Raichi translates and sings songs in English.
Hold on 1 second. One second. Hold on, we're right back.
Says Artexrtic.
Yeah, boy, we got it. Thank you for that, Chloe.
Says, how's art going for you today?
Doing well. Hold on. I just got my McDonald's. Thank you, Chloe. I appreciate it, hon. Thank you. Thank you, Chloe. Oh. Thank you, Chloe. Oh. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Thank you, Chloe. I appreciate it. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that'll be perfect. Oh, little apples. Little apples.
Says I'm sad, so I came here to feel better.
Oh. Don't worry, Bubbles. I got you, hun.
Says food's here.
Food's here. I got apples. Hey, got some food. Let's go. Oh, okay. We got everything we needed. Okay. Awesome. Okay, let me put this away. I'll eat this a bit later. Okay.
Says at Bubblegupper, hope you're feeling better.
Yes, feel better. Hope you're feeling better. Feeling better. Hope you're feeling better.
Says thank you.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on, let me put this. Okay. Alright, let's go. Back to work. I'm sorry about that, guys. Now, let's get back to work. I'll eat that in a bit. It's only 6 something, so I want to get something done.
Says I bought a new graphics card to replace the integrated graphics.
Ah! What's the graphics card that you purchased? And thank you again, Chloe. I do appreciate it, hon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank
Says
you.
and I can use.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Says I need a PCIe cable.
Oh, PCI cable. Okay. Okay. So wait, your computer got stopped working or something? What, did you have some issue? Let's see. Push this back. There we go. Now the arm is looking kind of wonk. So I need to fix that. Wonk. Now the neck.
Says the old graphics card couldn't run any of the art apps.
Oh no. Oh no. So you have to get a new one. Okay. Well, I never ran into that problem before, but that would have been a big annoyance. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. That is.
Says yay, but I cannot use it.
Aww. That sucks. So what is the strategy now? What are you gonna do now? Okay. That. Okay. Okay. So what we're gonna do?
Says either go to a professional or watch YouTube banned by parts.
I think the fastest one will probably go to a professional, but I understand. What was the graphics card you was running with?
Says Intel at 530.
Nuggies.
Says HD.
Oh, that's okay. So yours isn't okay. Yeah, you're gonna need the your computer, is it custom made? Is it a custom made computer, or is it like a pre-built Walmart type made? Like something you buy at Walmart. Yeah, ASR.
Says no pre-built from Amazon.
Oh, wait.
Says, but it was a scam. Says it cost 1,000. Says, but it's worth 150 at most.
Yeah, that's a. See, that's why I don't like going to Amazon to get a pre-built, because things like this will happen. Usually, in most cases. Let me see. Okay, hold on.
Says I got yelled at saying I was not grateful for what I got.
Wait, what? So wait, when your parents bought it, did you know what you needed?
Says it's been 3 years since I got it. Says they said they looked through Amazon gaming PCs they said and told me it was the best.
Yeah, that's something a parent would probably do. It's not their fault though. Just like most people don't know. I honestly. Well, did you know they was getting it for you?
Says, but they don't understand that it needs an upgrade. Says no.
Okay. Okay, so what they did is they probably heard that you wanted a game PC and just went on their own to go get one on Amazon, bought one.
Says I was gonna buy one myself.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Says well built technically. Says my mom bought bootleg stolen fan art stickers of Amazon for my sister.
Okay.
Says that was Chloe at the stickers BTW.
Okay, sorry about that. I was just eating some of the food. Um, I think in my head here, where what happened is that because your parents didn't know, you have to go research first before you're getting a computer. Because you gotta make sure when you're getting a computer, it fits your needs for whatever reasons for it, right? So the issue with this is that
Says I can't be bothered with Fiorina's eyes. I'ma close them.
so what they should have done is like ask, but they was just trying to be nice and surprised.
Says I spent several years researching what I was going to buy and what I was looking for in APC.
Mm. Hold on.
Says they looked for 30 minutes and said this is good enough.
Yeah, they probably went by the price and assumed that it was good based on price. A lot of people do that. People assume because the price is high, therefore it's good by default, and that's usually the biggest. That's usually the biggest gotcha for most people. They say, "Oh, game PC, state of the art, most up to date graphics card or whatever, or something, 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 1,500, right?" Or they'll say like $500 or something like that. And then you're like, oh, as a person who doesn't know computers, for most parents, they don't really care for gaming PCs and stuff like that. They're like, oh, that's good enough. Okay.
Says the PC came in a box from China that was wet and destroyed, and they said it was the best selling.
Yeah, that's what happens a lot. But what you were supposed to do is, because for me, I didn't go and buy parts. I went and got pre-built, but the pre-built I got was from. It was from iBuy. Oh no, it was from Light Gaming. I think it's called lightgaming.com. And um and I did a video. I made an unboxing on the video on TikTok. Um and it allows you to pick your parts.
Says, hello, what are you drawing?
I'm doing Pomni. I'm trying not to just to waste my time with you. Okay, so a lot of people make this mistake where they go by some of the price and they think it's good based on price, right? And that's usually where the problem comes in. It's usually a pain in the ass because a lot of people assume based on price. But you're supposed to do the research and see what your needs for this, what's your needs for this for. Because if you don't know your needs, then you're gonna just pick up anything, and then when you want to run a certain game, program, wherever case may be, you can't do it because it doesn't have enough power or it's lacking something or blah blah blah. And it's usually a pain and headache to go fix that problem because you already dropped like thousands of dollars on like one piece of equipment. Then you gotta get another piece of equipment. Blah, blah, blah. So to save yourself the headache, I would usually go to a professional. And a professional, you don't have to know like someone. You can go to like uh, you can go to like YouTube and see what most YouTubers are recommending, especially up to date ones, and then give you an understanding what the market is, what you need to buy, what you don't need, what you do need, what's important, what's not. If you're still not sure with the whole YouTube thing, you can always go to a professional that's in your area. Pretty much, there's some type of computer uh, expert in the area that's selling or building or fixing computers. They'll tell you what you're looking for, or so. 90% of the time, they're usually gamers, so they'll tell you what you need and what you don't.
Says
need.
now I can't draw a game until I fix it myself.
That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get it fixed soon, and I hope you get your parents helps you out. Hope they're not gonna be too mad if you do it yourself or whatever. But you know.
Says I don't know if I can afford the PC because the store does quotes.
Well, I would check online. Maybe that'd be best. But that's up to you. Okay, whatever.
Says so the repair store tells you what they think it will be and you pay after they are done.
Oh, then. Oh, so okay. So the store does tell you how much it will cost you for fixing the problem, or case may be. So that's kind of cool. But that's just ultimately up to your budget and what you're looking for.
Says, but online.
Oh, okay. But
Says they just say 0 until you walk in.
That makes sense because you didn't make a purchase yet, or you didn't make any like demands yet, so it's really up to you. You know what? I don't need to put our hands there. I can just erase this part. Yeah, I think this is better. Thank you, Deku. I do appreciate it.
Says I'm scared cause I also need the PC for schoolwork and getting money from streaming.
If you're saying you're scared, that means your parents doesn't know that you make money. Or you make money from streaming. Or make money.
Says no.
I see. By any chance, might be a big gamble, but are you Asian by any chance?
Says scared that it will cost more than I can afford. Says no in white.
Okay. I'm not Asian vibe. I don't know why. But well, that means all you need to do is just deal with what you have now and just save as much as possible and see where you can go with that. That's the only thing I can say. Anything else? Because like, so like one of those situations where you just have to kind of wait it out till it resolves itself based on how much you save and how patient you become.
Says well the graphics card has had before stopped working.
What was the program you was trying to use anyway? You're gonna probably need you may need a new graphics card and a new probably CPU. You don't want to.
Says the art app with the paper clip.
The art app with the paper clip. Are you talking clips through your paint?
Says what were the 2023 highlights for you in your past live streams. Says Clip Studio.
There we go. That's what I'm thinking. That was like, it must be Clip Studio. I know.
Sunny, take it easy. Oh, looks so amazing.
Thank you. But this other half of the butt doesn't look really. It looks too longish. There we go. There we go.
Says it won't read my last message.
Then you said something that TikTok didn't like, so they didn't let you read it out or say it. We don't see it. So like for those of you who don't know, when it doesn't read it out to you, that means we can't see it either.
Says go to his YouTube or Twitch.
Yep.
Says my current central processing unit is A5650.
My current central processing. Yeah, you need to upgrade. That is way too low. Like I don't like once I don't recognize the CPU or whatever you're referring to, I know it's nothing that's worth anything. It's not going to process really well. It's not going to do well with whether you're playing a game or certain games, or it's not going to do well with just like art stuff. It's not going to go well. So you need
Says
to, like,
get a Lynx PC.
or you get a PC that has like I'll say a 7, an Intel 7, a 7 Intel 7 or higher. And then you need to get a GPU. No, it doesn't have to be like a 30 series or 40 series. It could be a 20 series, it could be a 10 series. But I would suggest get something in that department. I'm pretty sure 10 to 20 series is relatively cheap now compared to the 30-40 series. When it comes to NVIDIA graphic cards, you won't get any like bottlenecking. That's the one thing you don't want. This bottlenecking, that'll be a pain in the ass to deal with too. So
Says I can only get an i6, otherwise I would need to upgrade my motherboard.
that sounds like a whole hell. I'll just save as much as possible and then come back to this idea later. But that's up to you.
Says you're right.
Especially if you're like in school, if you're coming back to school, which is January, which a lot of kids are going back to school, I would just worry about saving your money. I don't know how you make your money, but save your money, make your money, build it up, and then when you think you have a lot,
Says I am on the 8th.
I would save as much as possible and then come back to this problem later. Don't get discouraged. It's just one of those situations where you just didn't know, or your parents didn't know, because I'm pretty sure if they knew, they wouldn't have bought the computer. They would have waited and got you something that wouldn't be this issue. But this is what happens when people just doesn't ask. This is why when I get people a gift, I just ask you outright, what the fuck do you want? Because I'm not going to guess what you like. because if I guess what you like or try to assume what you like, you may say, "Oh, that's not the one I wanted," without trying to sound rude. So I would just outright. I don't do surprises like that. I just like once I know what it is, I'll buy it. But like once I don't know, I have to guess. I'll just outright ask you. I'm not gonna waste my time to go and buy it and just assume that you might like it because it's that thing that you want or you claim you want. But there's different iterations of it or variants of it, and then you come and lo and behold, you start saying, "Oh, it's not exactly the one I wanted."
Says,
but
or they
okay.
say they already have it.
So it is what it is, though. That's the pain in the ass type thing that happens way too much, and it's just a pain. So I'm sorry for you going through this situation because it's just a pain to deal with, like getting parts and stuff, and if you don't have money, it's just like a big
Says I need someone to teach me how to draw, but I'm broke, sad face.
Then if I was you, I would just focus on doing. I would just do it the traditional way, like everyone else. Learn on your own as much as you can till you have the money to get a tutor or a teacher like I am or where it may be, because you don't want to go broke trying to improve. That's the last thing you want. You want an income that doesn't like. You don't want to break the bank, right? You don't want to put yourself. Wait, hold on. I just remembered something. Shit. I just remembered something. Hold on. I'll be right back. Ah. I just remembered something.
Says okay. Says HN. Says Chloe.
Thank you, Well, for X 105 likes.
Says, are you also good at art?
Yes.
Thank you, Well, for X 195 likes. Thank you, Well, for X 285 likes.
Says him a head out, y'all.
Thank you, okay, Bubble Gupper for X 101 likes. Oh.
Says Bubble Gupper. Says I gotta render the face more.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. Nationality.
Says I sent a screenshot on Instagram.
Oh, what exactly? Sorry, I was not in the room. I had to go run and get some.
Says, what are your thoughts?
Oh, the perspective. She's looking upwards. Okay. You need to put form on them. You need to place form on the drawing. So what that means is you gotta make it look 3D. So you have to put lip lines around it. So like when I say lip lines, I'm talking about wrapping lines around the character like this. Because if you wrap lines around them, they look more 3D and it feels more believable.
Says I'm still rendering, but any advice is goo.
So I would that's what I would do.
Says good.
Just to keep up with the...
Says can you play Hidden in the Sand by Tally Hall, please?
I can't, you gotta be a sub. You have to be a sub for me to do that, because like, it's not fair to my subs if I just put on any music because people ask me to. Because that's the privileges that they get. It goes with alongside the subscription. Let me see. Yes, there's two. Like Soul and Chloe and others that's in here are subs. So if I go and just do that, it'll make their sub pointless. Well, one of the perks that they have as a sub, not just the only thing. But
Says okay.
okay, let me see.
Says how long will you be streaming for?
I don't know, honestly. I really don't know, to be honest with you. I'm not even gonna play that game like I do now. I don't even know right now. I think till I just get tired right now. At this moment.
Says I need to go to bed soon. I've got to get up and be at the doctor's by 8 a.m.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chloe. You can go rest. I appreciate the neggies. Thank you for the nickname. For the neggies. I appreciate that. Thank you for the neggies. Nugs. I appreciate it very much so.
Edgar Baldico. Hello, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? What goes on, bro? The back's like that. Okay, the face is what bothers me more than the pose. So let me fix that now, because that was bugging me the most. It was too, the face looks too dragged, so we need to like that.
My favorite streamer can't see me in the chat, so I rewired.
I'm not having a good time. My favorite streamer can't see me in the chat, so I deliver to watch someone who can. What? Who's your favorite streamer? I don't understand.
Edgar Baldico. Sorry, Wi-Fi is laggy and you might not know him. He is Caesar Fever.
Okay. So wait, tell me why he can't see you? Thank you, Hungry. I do appreciate it.
Edgar Baldico. Whatever I type it doesn't go in the chat box. I try to talk to him but I can't see my name on the chat box.
You should send him a personal question, a personal message then. Maybe there's a glitch. The worst case scenario is probably if they blacklisted you on their shit because maybe something you said, something, I don't know. But I really doubt that'll be the case if he's your favorite streamer. I don't think you'll do anything to put yourself in that jeopardy. So I'm gonna assume that it's just a glitch or something's happening. Maybe it's not his fault. Maybe it's a Twitch thing or a YouTube thing. Because I see you on it's probably a YouTube, Twitch, probably TikTok thing. So you should send him a message just in case, because he probably is not even aware of it. Because it happens a lot to me, where something happens, I'm not even aware of it till someone either sends me a message or whatever.
Enter Baldico. I did everyone to blacklist.
Blacklist is basically you put someone's name in the list of people who cannot comment for whatever reason. It's technically like a block, but it's like a low-key block without blocking them. So instead of outright blocking them, they just can't, like, they can't, like, what's the right word? They can't, like, respond or can't interact. I think it's a crueler form of punishment because it's like being in a room of people who won't talk to you. Instead of them just outright kicking you out, they just have you there and they don't interact with you. I think that's a worse punishment. So it's kind of like that. It's like a weird way of like, it's like, what's the right term? How can I explain this? It's like, being blocked without being blocked. No one will talk to you, no one will interact with you, but you're just there. And it just seems kind of pointless.
Enter Baldico. Well, that's just rude. Well, this day has gotten worse since I broke my leg.
Well, we're not sure why that's the case. So that's what I'm saying. That's the worst case scenario, I guess. But like, to answer this question, all you
Says how long has Digital Circus been out for?
I think it's been a few months now, I think. I don't remember. A few months now. I think 3 or 4 months now. But anyway, the worst scenario is that they probably did that, but I don't think they did. What you can do is just send them a DM. If they can't see that, then you've been blacklisted. 9 times out of 10, it'll say you cannot send message to user. Now, just to be clear, you said you can't see your name, right? You can see the message, but you can't see your name pop up. Is that what that is?
Says the only reason it's popular is because of Pomni.
Yeah. Nothing more. And everyone who thinks they're mentally ill thinks they relate. So. Because everyone thinks they're mentally ill. Because it's cool to be mentally ill as they think.
Enter Baldico. I can see my comment, but my name isn't in the chat box.
Alright, so like, can the streamer see it?
Says blah ha ha.
So like everyone thinks, usually not everyone, but most people believe that they're mentally ill in some form, or they can literally relate to like mental illness. When sometimes, most cases, there's nothing really truly wrong with them. They just don't like how their lives are. So they want to relate. It's like the new edgy. The new edgy is to relate to people who are emotionally distraught or some shit like that.
I tried asking people if they could see me, but no one said anything.
Then I would just send a personal message to the streamer or one of the mods and ask them why. They will most likely answer you. That's what the mods are there for.
Says Jax also made the amazing Digital Circus popular.
Oh yeah, that too. A lot of people. It's funny. You know what's really funny about Jax's overall appearance is that people don't like people like Jax, but they like people like Jax on like they don't like people like Jax in real life, but they like people like Jax on TV. You see how that's very odd? It's very odd. Like people like Jax get canceled for saying the honest truth of what they're thinking. But if you were to do exactly what Jax does, you'll be considered mean.
Says yeah.
This is why a lot of people I don't think have a lot of sense of like self-awareness. Like for instance, a lot of girls sit there and say Bakugo is so adorable, he's so hot, X, Y, and Z. But if someone like Bakugo were around them, they will hate him because he'll tell them straight up the truth. He has no reason to lie to you.
Says MAM, I get you.
Like that's why a lot of feminists likes. This is why the idea of so-called quote-unquote bad boys are liked. I hate that term. It's a very stupid term. The reason why most bad boys are liked is not because they're bad. It's just because they have nothing to lose. So since they have nothing to lose, and they're usually coming from broken homes, they can usually be honest with the girls that they're with because they see the girl as an object at the time or just seem like a thing to do at the moment. So if the girl gets upset or they have a opinion or something, the dude will shoot their opinion so fast, so far down. You know, it's usually true.
Says yeah, he'll be rude about it, but he isn't a liar.
Yeah, but the dude who is a so-called quote-unquote male feminist will lie or at least try to come off as honest as possible, but really they're just lying to them. That's why most feminists don't date dudes who are like male feminists. There's a reason for this. And then they'll sit there and say, why they won't date me? Well, why do you think?
Says it's like you don't like the character in real life, but in TV shows you enjoy them or how they act.
Yes,
Says yet.
It's annoying as hell. It's annoying, but it makes sense. This is why, because remember, for most boys, it's not that they like dudes who.
I don't know how to do that. I haven't been on YouTube for 2 years. I forgot my ways. LOL.
Wait a minute, I tried asking people if I could see the meme. I don't know how to do that. I haven't been on YouTube for 2 years. So just go there to Twitch, and I'm pretty sure they have a Twitch. If you have a YouTube, 9 times out of 10, most people have a Twitch. So go to their Twitch stream, or go to their like Discord or their if they have a Discord. I'm pretty sure they do. If they go to their Discord, go to their YouTube, go to their Twitch, and just send them email. Their emails are usually in the bio. Or if it's not in the bio, it's in their about page on their YouTube channel, for business or whatever case may be. But yeah, so the point is, for most girls, they don't go with dudes because they're just assholes. It's just that there's 3 things that's happening. One, the dude is usually very honest with them, whether it's rude or not. No, they're absolutely honest with them, whether they're rude or not. And the second thing is, they're more exciting because of that honesty. So like, and most of the time they have no sense of structure. They're just pretty spontaneous half the time. So like, because if you're a dude who comes from a broken home, 9 times out of 10 you're pretty spontaneous because you have no sense of structure. Now that's not your fault. That's not like anyone's fault. If you come from a broken home or so, maybe you're spontaneous naturally. Maybe you come from a non-broken home and you're spontaneous. Maybe you're just really good at being creative, right? But the spontaneousness, the honesty, and the idea of I think they also play with this idea of like how much further can it go wrong for it not to harm me. Okay, so like we call this now, and I've been hearing this now, we call this main character syndrome, right? So like, we want to see how far we can get away with something without getting in trouble. So like, use Breaking Bad for example. That's why a lot of people like Breaking Bad. How far worse can it get to the point that I'm not either maimed, dead, or in a very worse position? Like, it can get worse, but am I in the same situation where I still have my limbs intact? Am I in jail? You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's things like this. So that what makes the so-called bad boy exciting. It's not the tattoos or anything like that. I think Jordan Peterson said it's called the dark triad. If you want to look it up, it's a thing. It's a dark triad where girls between the ages, I think 19 or no, I think 16 to 28 uh fantasize with the idea of dudes who are usually broken because they come off as spontaneous, honest, and this, that, and the third. This is why a lot of girls would like shows and movies and romances about werewolves, the vampires, and stuff like that. There's a reason for all these things. It's not a bad thing. It doesn't make them bad. It's just creative like lustfulness. But
BRBA possum got into the house.
Okay. I don't know why you told me that, but okay. So like, and it's an infatuation thing. Now can it be misguided love? Yes, it could be infatuation mixed with the idea of thinking they're in love, but really it's just infatuation with the idea of excitement. And that can lead them down to a dark situation where this is why you get most of your single moms and stuff. And then they end up getting hurt, and then they start hating men, and then they start saying all men are the same. You know what I'm saying? Because they made the piss poor choice of men that they picked. You know what I'm saying? Because the spontaneousness, the honesty, well, not honesty, but the honesty personally to them, but the honesty of being committed, no, doesn't exist. And then you get the girls who some of the girls who are be like the type who wants to fix him, the fix him girls. I want to fix him. They don't want to fix him. They want to see how far they can go without being maimed. That's really what it is, because if they don't have, like, say, father in their life or a strong, like, male figure in their life, they tend to conjure up what a male figure in their head based on what they experience, based on other men they're around, other boys. They compare and contrast. Women do this. Men do this too, but women, I think, do it a little bit more than men. They compare and contrast by a natural naturability of experiences based on other males that they have dealt with.
Says what's going on here.
So that's usually what it happens. So the dark triad is usually what that is. It's a psychological thing that most girls go through. Not all, but most go through. That's why you get the bad boys, you get the ones with a bunch of tattoos, this, that, and the third. It's not like they like bad boys, they just find them exciting. That's it. It's that excitement, that brokenness. Because I don't know if it's a systematic thing based on TV shows and stuff like that. Maybe that may be a small percentage of that society-wise. But because the dude who's usually very kind and nice is not considered extremely spontaneous and extremely exciting. Like, perfect example. Let's use an example. Like, I'll use an anime example. Let's use Deku, for instance. He doesn't come off as the exciting type without the powers, right? But once he gets the powers, he's still Deku in the sense of, like, very meh. But then again, over time, he's starting to get to know himself. And I think that's also part of what makes women attracted to certain men, because when a man is usually knowing who his faults are, once he's 100% comfortable with himself, there's nothing that the woman can say to him that can discern him from himself. Once you have that, and that's that confidence thing that comes in too. Women loves men who are confident, right? So even if you're an idiot and you're a confident person, they will give you a chance more than a person who think they're always, like, thinking bad about themselves and saying negative things about themselves and blah 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 and saying how ugly they are and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Women don't like men who are just like they pity you, and some of them will give you a chance because maybe it's just a human thing. But 9 times out of 10, women do like men who don't have some form of confidence. Even fake confidence works, because even if she knows you're an idiot, she'll lie to herself thinking that you're worth a damn. That's usually what it is. So like I said, so it's like I said with the whole, like, the bad boy thing. They'll lie to themselves to tell themselves that this dude's worth a damn, depending on how spontaneous, how
Says
honest,
Law.
how how broken, how interesting one is. And there's characteristics to this. This is characteristics with the tattoos, with the scars, with the 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 idea of not being able to commit to anything. But it matters how much you're not willing to commit. So like, say for instance he's good at sports, right? If he's buff, good at sports, and he has tattoos, what tells her this is he's in shape, so he's not willing to not take care of himself to a certain extent. He may know how to dress depending on his, like, the people who are around him, but he may know how to dress because, you know, most boys who come from broken homes wants to be accepted, so they will have to learn how to dress in one way or another. Not all, but most of them will try to keep themselves in damper clothing, the most brand name shit, which is really stupid, to be honest, because brand name shit it's just a what did Asmongold said? It's just it's a brand status. It's just letting you know that you're not broke, right? But the most brokest people are usually the people who buy the brand name stuff. They even says most rich people don't buy a lot of brand name stuff. Most times
Says a waste of money.
it's a waste of money. Like, most of the time, most rich people, there's a term for it. I think it's called hidden richness or something like that, where rich people, like true rich people, wear clothes that looks like it wears brand name clothes, but in plain sight that you won't even notice. Only other rich people know if the clothes are brand name or not because they're around these brands all the time. Perfect example is Mark Zuckerberg. He wears the same shit every day. Same shirt, same pants, same everything. But each of those clothes are worth $400. Right? So like Bill Gates, for instance, he'll wear like very nerdy clothes, but he'll get his nerdy clothes from some brand name clothes that he's sponsored by. I'll use that example. I'm not really sure that's true, but I know the Mark Zuckerberg thing is true. So like, it's kind of like that, right? So to go back to what I was saying, he will dress pretty well, and then the tattoos shows intimidation or some form of masculinity. Well, it's a fake masculinity, if you believe it or not, but it's a visual masculinity fakeness that shows to most females that he's broken. He's probably broken in some form. He maybe had a really tough childhood, whatever the case may be, or maybe he just likes tattoos because they look cool. But most times, most boys get tattoos because it's a sign of some form of masculinity to them. Because the most toughest guys are usually with tattoos, as we led to believe, which is actually not even the case, but like that's what we assume. So because he has tattoos, because we see it in like rap, we see it in rock. So like nearly any dude who has any form of masculinity that is beyond the average man has usually tattoos in some form, right? And it goes in ultra cultures as well, like the Samoans. The Samoans, the whole culture is based not around tattoos, but it has tattoos in it. It's a tribalism type thing, right? So, what you need to keep in mind is that indication tells them, okay, he's not just a typical dude who's just boring. Remember, I'm talking about the girls who are in their late teens, early 20s.
My mom killed the possum.
Okay, why are you telling me this? I don't like I don't understand. So this way, like, people like me is honest, and I get in trouble a lot because most of the time when I say something, it usually comes off as pretty rude, but it's actually based in truth. It's not based on non-truth. I'm not just making shit up. It's usually things true, but might come off as, I wouldn't say the word condescending, but it will come off as rude. And I don't mean to do that on purpose, and I'm working on that because that's something that I noticed that has been a pattern. So when you notice these patterns, you should change them because it can crush opportunities for you and the people around you. So like, don't do that. So yeah, ultimately, women are not crazy. They usually just pick the dude who seems the most interesting based on traumas, and also not even just traumas. They don't look for dudes who are traumatized. They just look for dudes who they can familiarize themselves with. Okay, so that's why when the guy says, "Why do girls go with bad guys that treat them like shit?" Because that's what they're familiar with. That's it. That's nothing more than it. It's not like they like bad guys or bad boys. I hate that term. It's such a fucking um. It's it's just that they identify with the individual because they probably have a father in their life that's like this. They don't have no father like this, so they're assuming that's how men are. So they're going based on their assumption of what a man is if they have a man in their life. And I don't mean their uncles. I'm talking about like a father figure if they have any. And nowadays father figures are kind of like, it's kind of like being a father figure is almost near to non-existent these days, because if you have any sense of masculinity in you, someone somewhere down the line is going to consider you some type of toxic male because you're being honest. So that's what it is. And I'm not making any of this shit up. This is psychology shit that I used to research back in my college days. Actually, when I came to learn these type of things, I started to look at life much differently.
Says, can you give me a Posic?
Hold on. Feel better now. She falls.
Says, I'm glad I never heard that nonsense IRL.
What nonsense? Let me see. She's down in the dark. She says this doesn't hurt.
Says the toxic masculinity thing.
Yeah, that's just stupid. That is just I'm telling you, that term is a radical term to keep men in place so they won't be honest with women or others because they don't want to come out as rude. I think being a toxic male is better than being a effeminate male who doesn't who's not being honest.
Says remember me.
Like it's just weird. No one takes you serious if you're not being honest with people. This is why when people come to me and ask me, how do I draw? I think it's my art style. I can't sit there and lie to them. I'm not going to say it's your stupid art style. It's not your fucking art style. A lot of you focus on that shit way too much. It's not an art style. Stop focusing on art style. Art style is not your problem. Your problem is your technical skills. Your technical skills is your analytical eye on how to perceive pictures, perceive shape, perceive form, and then put them in positions that makes it seem to be the most desirable thing you want in your artwork. That's what ultimately all this falls under, is the idea of your analytical eye and using your technical skills with that analytical eye and putting it into a method that makes it easy for you to perceive such things so you can put it on
Says
this
love
piece
the
of
music.
paper. That's it. That's literally it. Nothing more, nothing less. But we like to lie to ourselves and say, how do I get this art style? And I think it's just my art style.
Says he the cook and he'll send you it after and done.
Okay. That's why it's like this. Is why there's no fucking art style that's stopping you from doing X, Y, and Z. Art style can't stop you from doing anything. It's you. It has nothing to do with no art style. You're lying to yourself because you don't want to come off as the person who's making the mistake. You want to blame it on something else so you don't feel like you're the one who's having the problem. You know what I'm saying? We gotta stop lying to ourselves on this thing.
Says only you can stop you.
Yes. You are the ultimate problem in your situation. Once you eliminate you, then you get what you want. And I know that's hard to wrap most minds around because they're like, it's not that easy. Duh, that's what it's not that easy. But the blame it on a art style, aesthetic
Says
look
I'm not
makes no
that good
sense.
like you at drawings.
So, well, you can stop you. I'm not that good like you at drawing. That's from practice. That ultimately, all this is from practice. I prove this to my students all the time. When I was posting my perspective work, my perspective drawings.
Says I now.
When I was doing my perspective drawings, I did a 30-day challenge of perspective drawing, right? And how that worked was that I just post once a day. I picked the best drawings, or did the best drawings I could for that day, and posted. And I did 30 days straight.
Says, but you're so good.
Let me see. But you're so good. No, I'm so good because of the practice. I don't know anyone who's born with the idea who can draw. No one, that's a big lie.
Says who is this?
That's a big lie for anyone to believe that you're just born to know how to draw. No. You may have a good eye. You may have your mind may be good at analytically understanding something more than others. That happens. But then again, just to outright say, oh, it's just talent. No, there's no such thing as talent in this situation. It's just your mind is just built different. That's it. Because when you start saying it's talent, what you're doing is just cheapening the idea of the artwork, because the people around you, because you have some type of Sharingan thing going on for you. No, bro. No. You're just really good at understanding. That's all it is. It's ultimately understanding. That's it. Nothing more.
Says, how do you find an art style?
You don't find one, you create one. And how you create one, it's okay. An art style is like a handwriting. A lot of you gets blown away by this, but like, and I don't know how no one can't figure this out, but like a art style is literally a handwriting. Believe it or not, it is a handwriting. So what that means is, like when you was growing up as a kid and you learn how to draw, or not draw, how to write words. After years of using the same words, letters, and stuff, you know how to write certain words and letters in your own way without thinking about it. Like if I ask you to write the word cat, right? It may not look like pizzazz, but you can draw a cat with no problem. The idea
Says,
of
but some people think that I'm good.
Let me see. But some people think that I'm good. Well, they can think what they believe, but that's only because they think they can't do it. People believe people are good at drawing at something or doing something because they can't do it right now. So they're just being honest and
says yeah.
So like, it's kind of like that. So like, the issue that most people run into is that they say, "Oh, where's your art style? Where do you get your art style? How do you get to the people who ask this question is usually looking for us. Well, anyone who's asking this question is just trying to look. They're looking for the cool aesthetic. They're not looking for the the actual understanding of how to draw. They just like how it looks, and they just go based on that. And because they go based on that, well, because they go based on that, imagine who I'd be if I was happy. Okay, so there's no like, art style is not anyone's problem. Anyone can get an art style, but an art style is based on your technical understanding of drawing. That's it. So like, if you know how to draw a box with little to no problem, it's gonna be stylized by default. You don't have to think about it. So like, just use like a perfect example. Akira Toriyama. The reason
says
why
sometimes I try to make your drawings and I'm always messing up.
Like, Akira Toriyama is a perfect example of this. Or Hirokoshi, who made My Hero Academia. um uh how this works is that because they have understanding of form and gesture and all that stuff and perspective, um their drawings tend to their drawings can tend to shine even when they're not drawing that seriously, because they've drawn these characters over and over and over again in such a way that they can just draw them with and conjure them out of a whim. Your brain is your drawing skills in your brain is literally a muscle. If you don't work it out, you're not going to get what you want. Right? So if you just stop drawing one day, if you're drawing every day and then you stop drawing for like a couple of months, you'll still retain what you know, but you're not gonna have the same sharp the same sharp perception as if you was drawing every day. So love is happy.
Says, do you use default settings for XP
Yes.
Pen?
I only use a default setting. Whenever you guys see me drawing, I'm using default settings. I don't mess with settings. I think it's pointless to mess with settings, because if it's that serious that you have to keep changing settings just to get a drawing, might as well just use a pencil and just stay traditional. I think it's pointless going doing all that setting shit. I think it takes away from like I think it just takes away from just drawing. I have never messed with the settings. I have made a brush, but I never messed with my you call it my drawing pen. I don't mess with my drawing pen. I tried making a brush. It came out okay, but it's like, I just think it's
Says,
pointless.
love your works.
Thank you.
Says, because of the details.
I don't say much details, to be honest with you. I don't see really a lot of details.
Says, and the forms.
Oh, okay. But I put them all in one layer. Fuck me. Jesus Christ, why did I do this? And the face looks really weird. Thank you, Silkwood.
Says, lol.
Let me see here. The eyes are a little bit weird. I gotta fix that. Shake it.
Says, can you play 7s?
Okay. Okay. Clean that up, you idiot.
Says sorry, but I see lines on your screen.
Are you talking about the screen? There's nothing I can do about that.
Says your eye now. Says it's just the reflection.
Yep. Can't do nothing about that. I would stream through the computer, but y'all don't come. For some odd reason. It's really weird.
Says I like the phone view better. Says Yafar. Says it. Says because we get to see you draw it instead of lines appearing. Says kinda like traditional. Says this song goes hard. Says 10K like Santa Face Rev. Says him a Raid Shadow Legends kinda person. Says yeah. Says true YouTube be wild now. Says what y'all talking about. Says the 4-hour Nissan ad was Fire Ingle. Says huh. Says the car company had it for our YouTube ad. Says what the Nissan. Says oh yeah. Says I think. Says yo W song. Says can I request a song? Says so after learning shapes, form, gestures, perspective, and proportion. What's next? Says there are only 5 in the video. Says him not paying. Says sorry. Says it you're H5 Omni from Digital Circus. Says Asterisk Pomni. Says check the chat, the voice is not saying what I said. Says him. Says not. Says paying. Says okay. Says who are you drawing?
Roses are roses, baby. Roses are roses, baby. Roses are roses, baby. Roses are roses, baby. Roses are roses, baby.
Says hi. Says good. Says who are you drawing? Says play bleed from Connor Kaufman. Says wow, that's really cute. Says BLS. Says at lol okay buddy. Says at Nuki drawing Pomni. Says at lol that's mad inappropriate. Says at lol like don't ever say that in the happy chat. Says TD chat is happy chat, say that somewhere else. Says for a face reveal. Says okay. Says I love your artsum.
Happy New Year! Happy New Year!
Says lol. Says is this an OC? Says at LUNARIA for 2-0 it's Pomni. Says for me Happy New Year was 2 days ago. Says low. Says a wee palmy looks awesome that way. Says sheesh. Says low. Says hello. Says how long have you been drawing for? Says do you have a YouTube account? Says okay. Says cool and I'm drawing and cool music. Says how do you do that for multiple platforms? Says that's so smart. Says got a TV so I'ma look at it on my TV. Says she looks like a kawaii character. Says drawing is your house. Says TBH, I wonder how good he'd be at drawing on traditional. As good or different? Says 118ths. Says I tried using Clip Studio. I couldn't figure out how to move the tools around to where I wanted them. Says on the screen, the icons. Says him on YouTube. Says yeah that. Says Clip Studio is intimidating as for me. Says I would do digital but the feel of the pen feels funny, not used to the loose grip. Says it wouldn't let me on my tablet. Says Meep. Says how old are you? Says how cool. Says happy belated birthday. Says him. Says put dots. Says lol. Says got you. Says who dis? Says it keeps filtering everything and him not saying anything bad. Says that Adrian Goodwin is Pomney. Says is this Pomney? Says nice music BTW. Says okay. Says who's Pomney? Never heard of this character. Says the amazing digital circus is Australian BTW. Says draw a man. Says it's Sergio Ibaka. I don't think he does that. Says hi. Says I love drawing men. Says people still do NFTs these days. Says looks good. Says that soon though. Says NFTs are still a thing. Says are you going to color it or no? Says BTB. Says him back. Says, who are you drawing? Says, do you vape? Says, good. Says, that was so random. Says, yeah. Says, got popcorn. Says they said final act. Fact and arc are the same thing. Says I'm hungry and I am shaking from chugging an energy drink. Says, what time is it for you? Says same. Says Canada team. Says yeah. Says it. Says same. Says you got a Xbox, 'cause I heard that. Says what is your favorite song? Says okay. Says seems more like rock. Says you should try Connor Kaufman. Says lol. Says did it work? Says lol. Says who is the hardest to draw, men or women? Says what software are you using? Says and here I am struggling to draw abs or biceps on men or pectorals. For women it's easy lol. Says agreed. I always enjoyed drawing our female models in class than male. Says, but for you should try Connor Kaufman later, cuz you could like it, but he has a good voice. Says it's the opposite for me. Lol, it's fun to draw men for me and literally dress them the way I want. Says I said to all my friends to look at your videos. Says a beautiful drawing. Says yeah. Says royalties. Says probably. Says like royalties. Says yeah. Says prob. Says royalty gotta get royalties. I remember that sound from that Final Fantasy mobile game. Says yes. Says yeah. Says almost. Says this. Says THX for the tip. Says stop asking. Says how do you draw the basic heads and face for anime characters to get started? Says no. Says he is not. Says I ask a lot of questions about art. Says hello, I'm back. Says I don't think Paramore is making new music, but they are touring, I believe. Says I believe so. Says, is it not an oval? Says, how do you connect the neck? Says, plus don't forget me. Says thanks. Says new to digital art, any tips to adjust? Says at COOS3 be aware of your line art. It will most likely look to clean or to thin at first. Says what is your name? Says cool name. Says her art looks good. Says he is right, it is a pretty cool name. Says Jays or Jess. Says how'd you get your license to announce comments? Says I meant lives. Says sorry I joined like 5 minutes ago. Says him mildly. Says I bounce in between lives. Says our GMNWLTGNLJ. Says me VF, and they know, eggnog be nut hoffen futhen, buddy. Says BCOSKV, Ingrid JRJ and Joel Niftielns Buldin list Nilfi STBN listens light lig. Says GG friend have a great night. I look forward to seeing more of your work, Jice. Says Orange be Seaman. Says what is this guy talking about? Says Orange be Seaman. Says Mod, get him? Says FR, I don't mind it to an extent, but as a fellow artist, please stop. Says Low. Says no, I actually stop, bro. Says you can say that again. My brain cells rotted a little. Says Job Biden Coots hit different. Says I was only saying it for him. Says Joe Biden lies through his teeth. That's made apparent, FR. Says Law. Says the bike clip goes crazy. Says true. It's called dementia. That's a scary thought having him as a president. Says the alien. Says maybe he talks low and slow to try and focus on what he's saying, possibly. You never know. Says yeah. Says the time Biden turned to get a handshake from the air. Says if he wins again, he'll go crazy for real. Him shaking the air is hilarious like what? Says at Jade112. Says on, yep, it's official. It's all over the screen. Data bio. Says lol ha. Says ice cream is ice cream. Says he's so real for that low key. Says president again. Says Mac and her caked up. Says I could watch Biden mess up clips all day. Says he is like ice cream, it's my ice cream, leave my ice cream. Says the time he walk across the lawn at the White House despite being pointed where to walk. Says at Jade 112. Says has embarrassing us before we're even HISA Says yeah, I'm tired of being in fight or flight mode. Says lol show me how to go to that timeline. Says I'm used to being in both. I want to change it, but it's pretty hairy to get into. Says TikTok look away, nothing to see here. Says why the heck did they give you a violation? Maybe it was the sort of content you looked at. Says then I have no idea. TikTok monitors way too closely, like FR. It's annoying. Says I got a community guidelines warning for posting some videos with a picture of Jlat twice. Says some stuff that needs reporting they don't even bet an eye. Looking at a gameplay and they jump ya. Says the slideshow incident. Says IGDG. Says sorry. Says I sometimes wonder if the people who monitor on here are a bunch of teenagers for real. Says bye. Says good night. Says you could get away with this stuff a lot easier in 2021, but now, bro, sheesh, instant violation. Says I cannot leave it, why? Says okay. Says true, but you never know. Aren't there moderators on those other apps as well? Says FR like everything's getting shut down. Says if you don't want to be tracked, you have to pay for a security wall or something. Says sadly it's a huge pain in the neck, and it's extra pricey, thanks to Biden. Says bro Pokemon has been banned at every school at least once. Says no go, but cards like they get popular, the principals will take them. Says oh yeah. Says imagine if the schools go back to online schooling next year. I'm expecting it TBH. Says bro, I'd at least pass my last year of high school. Says, yeah, I've heard a lot of stuff that they've been teaching is literally insane. Says they don't. Says my grandma keeps asking if my teachers ask for pronouns like every day. Says plus, get this, I heard they have even been lying about history. Any history. Crazy, right?
Hi there, I'm Cody, pronouns em, ers, or zem, zers, or really any neo-pronouns that aren't z, her. I am a white transmasculine femme non-binary, temporarily mostly able-bodied, neurodivergent, obsessive-compulsive, chronically ill, culturally Jewish, Unitarian Universalist, non-monogamous, demi-low romantic, gray demi-bisexual, survivor of acute and complex trauma, millennial, and cat parent in mental health recovery.
Says, geez, try saying that 10 times fast. Says that is stuff we shouldn't have to hear, and little kids are hearing this stuff too. Says casting a spell. Says, man, this is a Wendy's. Says XD. Says,
my identities are fluid and ever-changing and don't like boundaries.
Says nice palmy. Says they shouldn't even teach kids about how to change their gender. It's so disturbing. Says it's just creepy, and they tried to identify the gender too. The pronouns are crazy bad. Says, hey dude, I've learned so much from you, you're a great guide. Says, what device do you use? Says you have teach adults since we have to pay to learn correct. Says I accept tips and advice from ya, but mostly I self-teach myself as an added challenge. Says you're exposing me here. am reliant on Pinterest and on Discord for tips and tricks. Says you're lucky. I forget the specific shapes without a reference, but I add my own style to it. Says I tend to do what I call scribble art. Says hello. Says I do a rough sketch. I can see the pose in my eye before I even draw it on paper. Says him back. Says I DK lol. Says what is that new voice? Says plus I see all the details I want to add to so once the rough sketch is done it's smooth sailing.
Roses are roses, baby.
Says yas. Says I don't really think of what I want to draw until a shape that I see looks like something. Says then I add details. Says what the hell the background. Says okay. Says please E. Says I am dying. Says the side pose is drawn at an angle, right? Says it's reading what I say. Says him annoy y'all. Says something different, like if the head is tilted to look sideways at a person. Says why. Says fine. Says I sent y'all a reference. Says can I send you a picture of what it looks like? Says these types I've drawn before, but they're kinda tricky at that angle. Says no, don't worry. I forgot you're focused. Says the head part is easy, but placing the body near the neck is a tad tricky. Says, did I do the pose right? Says at Starify now it's how to do a head at a side angle. Says the reference I sent you is kind of what I was saying is tricky for me. Says, sorry, my bad. Says hi. Says if I'm not mistaken, the eyes go up to Dante. Says yeah, I learned that from observing a lot of Pinterest posts. Says doesn't the next show more if they are looking down on males? Says that's what I thought. The males show more muscle or something, so the next shows more. Says that trick took me a while to learn when I first started drawing males. Says just a question. If a male is looking up, how do you draw the eyes to look up? Says how do I? Says we'll panic at the disco. Says, is there a trick to make male eyes look like they're actually looking up? Says I don't see the left. Says my bad. My hearing is going all I wasn't paying attention. Says aha dot okay. Thanks. That trick makes sense. Does the trick apply to both male and female? Says so you make the eyes smaller as they look upwards. Says I think it honestly depends on what kind of eyes the artist wants. Says it already creates 9-5 eye. Says here's a question. So if they're looking up, how does the hair go different positions? Says yes. Thanks for that. Says it's nice that the reference shows the different angles too. Says what about if their head is all the way back though? Says if their head was all the way back, wouldn't the ears barely show, though? Just asking. Says, okay, gotcha. Is there a trick for the side poses? Says the gearbox. Says so. Kind of like near the ear. Says, that's a good trick. We'll definitely try to remember that when drawing those poses. Says gotcha gotcha. Thanks. I've heard about that, but understand it better now that you explained it. Says, wait, can I ask something real quick? Says so if the it goes in certain positions. How do you do it if the character is upside down? Says yeah, figured IDS cause if they're upside down the anatomy is like backwards almost. Says okay, thank you for that. It's hard to find references for that sort of thing. Says Hara, that's what I've wanted to try drawing. Guess I need extra practice. Says them. Says UW. Says, can you give me example? Says the chest also determines her posture as well. Says I can't see. Says it can also change a little depending on the clothing you decide to give them to. Says the thing that is confusing me is the stomach area. Says it's twisting. Says the stomach can bend a little if the hypes are more outstretched. Says very interesting teaching. Says if they're inward, the stomach, I think, relaxes. Says the chest is over the stomach and I don't know how to do it without getting it wrong. Says is she leaning a little in the pose. Says yeah, it's like doing the chest at a side angle, kind of. Says okay, give me 1 minute, RQ, keep that there. Says that looks like a hard placement to place clothing, kind of. Says, oh, I get what it's doing. If it's lower, it shows like she's moving her waist and her body. Says that lower part took me a bit to get the hang of. Says, do you keep saying UW? Says at Dilly Thicket he don't use that word. Says, okay, I keep thinking and hearing that. Oh. Says at Omega, what do you mean? Says, teach, I fixed my desk setup. Says it's so green. Says they're asking how the G's tour draw. Says gesture. Says I'm back. Says at Arinichi, hi again, Aaron. Says it was awesome watching, thanks. Says at Brightriclose hide Bry. Says get some sleep.
You have to be a subscriber. You have to be a subscriber. So because the reason why that's important is because the more subscribers I have, the more I can do this full time. I can answer people's question. If there's no subscribers, I can't do this anymore. So that it's kind of like a parasitic situation. So like if you want your questions to be asked, you have to be a subscriber, whether it be on TikTok or Patreon.
Says dang and coming back at the end.
Because if I keep questions,
says I learned just from watching and giving tips.
If I keep answering questions freely, this is gonna die off pretty fast, and no one's gonna get their questions answered anymore. So that's the whole point of this. Now, people who are mods, they get it for free because they're mods and they help the stream, so that kind of makes sense. So it benefits me anyway. So like it makes sense why mods, if they have a question, I'll answer a question, or if they want to change the song, or the case may be. But anyway, point is that I think we did a lot today. I didn't get to finish my Pavni drawing too much, but I'll eventually finish her off probably tomorrow, or so. So, with that said, I hope everyone have a amazing night. Dang, I'm coming back at the end. It's alright. Just let you know
says yeah, try working on her tomorrow.
Yeah, the treat stream thing worked.
Says can I send you the other version?
Yeah, do it right now. Do it right now on stream. Just send it right now. Yeah, I'm gonna finish her off tomorrow. I think it came out pretty well. I think it came out a little better than this. My first attempt drawing Pomni. I don't know if I'm gonna color in. I might color in.
Says okay, good BC, I want it.
So, once I'm done with Pomni, I will be doing another fan art. I already have something in store. Actually, no, the next fan art is based on what Twitter has. So I can post it on Twitter. So, once I'm done with Pomni, I'll do the next fan art based on Twitter. So, and I'm still waiting on Mr. Waffle to ask me. Oh, wait. I finished the drawing. Did I send you the thing, Soul? I don't think I did I? I didn't. I will send you. I didn't send you their thing. Sorry about that.
Says the drawing.
Ooh, look at that. You see that? You see that? That's called progress, people. Look at that. Look at that. Soul went from I don't know how to draw it on top of the body to he drew it on the body. Look at that. Look at that. That's freaking awesome. Good job, Soul. You took instructions very well. That was good. Holy crap, that was good. That's a good perspective.
Says THX bro.
Holy crap, that's some good perspective. Like you did a great job on that. You took that very seriously. That was a good idea, and you erased it too. Good job. Holy shit, that's amazing. I am vaguely amazed by that. That is what the hell. Like, here's mine. There's Soul's, right? And there's the reference. The reference is here. Now that's the reference, right? That's the reference, right? This was Soul's first attempt, right? This is his second attempt of trying it again by fixing this. And then there's mine. Very good. Very proud of you. Good job, bro. You took that in pretty well. You're a fast learner. Thank God. That was a good one. I give... No, fuck it. You know what? Where is it? Good job, bro. That's amazing. That's amazing. Good job. That's actually quite amazing. I am very amazed by that. That's called progress. You see what happens if you subscribe to me? You see what happens? You get praise. You see what happens if you subscribe to me? Subscribe to the Patreon or the TikTok people. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Good job to my students. Good job. Holy moly, that was good. I'm very good. I'm very glad that was a great explanation. Thank God. All right. Thank you, Soul. Let me send you your character. I forgot to do that for you. Hold on, real quick. I was supposed to do that the other day, and I never got to. Let me see. This is the job. There you go, bro. I have to send you the other one. That one's not done yet, but I'll send you the other one. I just gotta clean up her.
Says, did you add the stuff?
Did you add the stuff? Stuff? What stuff? Stuff.
Says the gold piece.
Oh shit, that's why I forgot to do. That's why I never sent it. Okay, I'll do the gold piece tonight. I'll resend it to you. Shit, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. I was like, wait, damn it. I don't remember now. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. If you still want me to send it, I'll send it. Alright. With that said, okay guys, we're done for today. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you for coming in. We did a lot today. I'm gonna finish off this tomorrow because you guys seem like you really like the Pomni drawing, so I'm doing Pomni.
Says you did good on it though.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'll have to put that gold piece in.
Says good night, everyone.
Alright, have a good night, everyone. Keep safe, keep practicing, and hope to see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Rye. Thank you, Soul. Thank you, everyone that has come in. I do appreciate every last one of you guys. You guys are amazing, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Says good night.
All right, have a good night, guys. Later. Okay, YouTube, Twitch, I'm out of here. We drew Pomni, so it was not a commission, but I was supposed to say fan art, but it's a commission, so that's my